Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. So, we are moving on to the level 95 MSQ today. So let's just go ahead and hop right into that here. Speaking to Wook Lamat. Alright, Prince, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamuja and Gibral fought for centuries over the land in the Upper Forest. But due to infighting, Mamuja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hubigo and Bunawa clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings. Alright. Blessed siblings promise us more than strength. They promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuliolol, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mamuja to abide in peace and plenty. So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own. As you'll have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, Yatika banana in Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. This land was once rich with ore, but the Yakui did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born, but that's impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, you don't have good prospects for trade. Those who have known only open sky and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that, we need the might of blessed siblings. There have to be other ways to thrive. Ways that don't require fighting. So it sounds like the answer to all of this is to get them out of this deep forest and put them somewhere else. So is there anywhere that we've encountered where that might be a possibility? I really haven't explored all the way up into this area, but potentially that might be a spot? And then Urkopacha, we really can't do much in this area here. But over here might be a spot, potentially? Anyway, let's see what Lamat thinks. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it for them than blessed siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites, at least, would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Erenville mention something about the meteorites? That the ether they emit makes the plants glow blue? Rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local flora. I notice a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. Alright, we're off to look at the meteorites then. I gotta say, I am still loving this game and the expansion. This has been a little bit slower than some other expansions, but at the same time, I mean, I really didn't come here for a quick story. I came into this with the idea of it being a summer vacation, like Yoshi P said. And, you know, I already said my piece last night about about my character effectively just being a side character in Wook Lamot's story here. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable, even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more comfortable in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned nodule tree. Indeed. I should like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Cryo could lend your expertise as well? I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. Ah, I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. How can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Alright, we're off on a rock hunt. And it looks like we're headed to the west here. No, we're... Okay, it's in 2 spots. Some to the west, some to the south. Alright, here's a second piece. I have mine already, so let me know when you have yours. Alrighty. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're basically on the last part of the Rite of Succession, or at least the seventh part. There might be an eighth part, which is the actual finding of the Golden City, which, you know, we still don't really have any clues to its location, but we got to be getting to the point where they have to address that, possibly sending us into the northern continent, but we'll see. Should be one more around here somewhere. Okay, come on, where is this thing? They've got me running around this circle just looking for this thing here. There it is. I had to get up here because it was hidden behind this rock, that's why. Alright, to the north. To Kona. Did you find your fragments? Let's hand this over. Much obliged. Alphano, Cryo, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I am hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. If this is going to take a while, I wonder if a certain someone is going to wander into that camp. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival at Maksuturo Zuj. So go and meet her there. We will return with our results as soon as possible. And what do you know, we're headed right back to that camp, so... we will see how the next cutscenes play out. Just to catch you up, I found, I was able to do a whole bunch of crafting last night, specifically for Culinarian. Turns out what was it? Not the bananas that we found, the corn that we found, is actually really good for helping me level up. To the point whereby that would actually probably take me into the upper levels, at least to some degree. And actually, while there's no enemies around, if I switch over to Culinarian, and we take a quick look at the book here, you can see I now have access all the way up to level 98 crafting, as well as knowing what goes into the rest of this stuff. And if we take a look around here, for everything else, it requires multiple ingredients. So really, the best thing for Culinarian crafting to simply level up, for a single ingredient, it's technically this whipped cream here, the Shaloni oilseeds, but since we don't have access to that at this point, the Tirali corn works. This will give me just a little bit more EXP, so as soon as I'm able to, I will basically be grabbing a whole bunch of those to get Culinarian up. And then for other classes, for woodworking, of course, there's the lumber, which makes it fairly easy to get that leveled up. For goldsmith, I have a bunch of anite, so I would be able to grab the raw pink barrel for that. As we saw yesterday, the leather is coming from the gem trader shops. And then for Weaver, of course, usually that's going to come from some kind of source. But right now, I'm not sure what the source for some of this stuff is. But that's usually, if you just want to grind your way up in terms of crafting levels, then that's the way to do it. But there are also leaves and the role quests for crafters and gatherers, as well as collectibles as well to consider. And there might be one collectible that we take a look at, but for now, let's continue on with the MSQ here. We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kona and the others. I don't know the first thing about those Charlian devices of his, but if they can help the Mamook, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for this force yet, Prince. I can feel it. Once again, a bunch of dies. We'll go with the silver piece. I'm sure Zvril Jia would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people, and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, but Kul Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kona and the others will be back with their reports soon. Good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier, we asked about the hopes you place in blessed siblings, why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops. In all respects have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home. Thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is the soil. Our tests have proven, without a doubt, that the Yatika heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear, as you have seen crops fail time and time again, but we have discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul, and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt is a place called Charlian. There is a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzea acquired the Popoto and Tomato from Tyrol, so too might Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than a jewel here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then, there was never any need to fight? Never any need to sacrifice? We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. Trying to pull the volume up a bit for you all. Let's see what this does. Yeah, that should be better. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, Promise. If there's another way for our children and home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Prince? In friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness. Hey Reese, thanks for tuning in. Friends, a perplexing notion from an outsider, but not unwelcome. We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feat of brotherhood and clear the way for Mamuk's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you. Please, live up to your words. I will. After we complete his feat, let's be sure to tell Zivriel the good news about his force. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Compassion even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. We're counting on you, Wuk-Lamat. Wuk-Lamat's gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples would so feverishly so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zeralja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. Alright. That takes us into the town and to the west. Now the question is, how will Wuk-Lamat fight? Okay, this might be the same thing as what happened yesterday. Let's see if this is a role play. Someone has gone to fetch Zeralja. He should be here soon. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside a sufficient time. We've got plenty of time here today.
Zeralja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass Blessed Siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the Blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
So it's a duo then.
Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case... It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust. What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. and not me.
At the very least, he can be an advisor.
You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
So am I playing the role of the warrior or the gunbreaker? Or, no, actually, machinist, rather.
Everyone ready?
Oh, okay, so then we're all in this. Okay, never mind. Warrior it is, then.
No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders. And the only way forward is through you.
Alright, in that case, let's grab some food. Let's do this.
Bear witness to our resolve.
And the reason which guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
Over here.
These blaze sundered Baligarbanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
So far, so good.
Take that!
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle. Go forth.
Oh, barbaric bastard!
How is this?
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted!
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
For Lamachi! Together, we shall triumph.
You're not alone.
Alice, what are you doing?
We'll get through this.
I know not who you are. Are your blood, Genasi?
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
I believe it's time to mash.
Resolve the recent Kindle. By crimson wrath be sundered.
Rejoice?
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand after this?
I will be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people.
Use that dynamis.
Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see Lamachi become Dawn Servant. For Tuliyola!
Yeah, the people of Tyrol probably don't even know what happened, and actually, we don't even know if they have any abominations. Or if they even know what dynamis is. This shade is done for.
That's my old man for you.
refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Captain Rem?
Arugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume.
Looks like I guessed right.
Oh! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
You're the Autarch of Mamuk. Show some dignity.
I don't have dignity. Not anymore. I wagered everything on this feat. And by the same token, I understand the enormity of your accomplishment.
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuk-Lamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuk-Lamat. The rite ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Rooks, thanks for the note about the sauerkraut. Yeah, I am aware of that. Wuk-Lamat. Let's go and tell the people of our victory. Third promise. You brought everyone? We were just coming to you. We did it, Milalja. We proved to the Autarch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You've shown us another way, that we can build the lives we've always wanted, here in our homeland, without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders as equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. And someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind, and while it may feel scary, taking that first step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mamuk grow. But what happens when they learn about us and what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocity committed here were facilitated by the autarchs. We and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing this city needs is more death, but Kul Jaja hasn't fought this hard for this long, only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tuliolal. We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know. The people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and menders are now available for use. And what kind of merchants do they have here? Let's take a quick look. Doesn't look like anybody does anything in gem trading, so... Kettenram! This ain't no place for a proper chat. Me cabin's just north of the city, Blue Eyes Abode, as people call it on account of me dazzling twinklers. Alright, let's make our way north. So yeah, the question now is how quickly are we going to find the Golden City? Like, is it going to take us 5 levels to get there? We'll see. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weather eye on them. Though seeing how you've won them over, methinks I'll have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Galul Jaja's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept. And, incidentally, to remind Zerel Jaja of his duty as elector should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sepulchre atop Kor Zamor? That's right, Kettenram was one of those names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle. Valagarmanda being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will. even if that means you have to sit out the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as ye are by all these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hopes for this nation. What I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne, Wuk-Lamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Hunmu Rook refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikbrox 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Galif's visit had something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yakhui who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. The Echo. And if Gerfurler's abilities are at all representative, the Yakhui are no stranger to the arcane. But then again, the Echo wasn't really a thing until the days of 1.0. Well, actually, no, I'm not sure now. Which means the Dreamers of Eld likely owe their experiences to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can all take the opportunity to see to any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetheryte. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Yeah, that it could be the Echo. Yeah, you're Kasui's boy, ain't ya? She told me about you. Said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Wuk-Lamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it, together. Was I ever that young? The Echo, if I recall, was something that was started by Hydaelyn. Because of the star showers. So Yeah, you need to see the star shower, and you need to hear Heidelin say, hear, feel, think, and then that would give you access to the echo then. So the ancients wouldn't have had it until after the final days had begun, and after Zodiac had been created. So, and I don't think any of the Ascians would have turned to Heidelin. At least none of the Zodiac supporting ones. It's possible the Heidelin ones did. We know that all those events took place roughly 10,000 years ago, so I suppose it's possible between then and now others had access to the Echo. Let's speak to Erenville here. You waited for me. It seems Kettenram knows my mentor, so we chatted for a bit longer. Alphanos said to meet by the Aetheryte, so I'll see you there. Alright, so we can just teleport over there. And there are a couple of spots left on the map that we haven't uncovered yet. The merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever averse to aiding visitors. You won't believe how many Najul they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Mila, Ja, and Zarella, Ja. You've come to help us? As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. You know, we never did actually go into that temple that we found her and her son at. So maybe that's a place to start. And anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest we do not intimately know, save for one. Do you recall the place I showed you, where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? That stone pier stands at the entrance of the Sky-Deep Cenote, the final resting place for children we lost to our zealotry. Precious few are permitted beyond the Centopath doors, and yet we have not explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in Yaktel, it may well be hidden there. Just as I was thinking. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices made to conceive them. The cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure Bakul Jaja would appreciate that, and we're here to offer any help if you need it. Your father also visited the cenote, come to think of it. It was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner he brought with him, a mage, I believe. Truly? The Dawn Servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our centopath and into the old Yakui quarries. Doubtless the very same ones excavated by Vorporlor's dreamers. Then the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the sky-deep cenote. Thank you both. We'll set out straight away. You will find a winged beast or two lingering in Goldrak descent. They will carry you below. I believe in you, Third Promise. You will make a magnificent Dawn Servant. This is it, everyone. To the Sky Deep Cenote. Alright, that takes us west. All the way west. Yeah, this is going to be kind of a walk here, that's for certain. I do want to pick up these 2 points on the map here. So we'll hit them on the way. One of the nice things about being a gatherer at level is you basically have a bunch of levels of protection from enemies attacking you as you're on the road, or even just exploring around, and that's because of the sneak ability here. So these guys, hey, an A rank. I guess we'll be fighting that nutkin eventually. Alright, let's see what we got here. More Yartika bananas. Hey, level 93. And eventually we're going to have to get flying for all the regions, and I'm going to have to do a whole bunch of fates and all that sort of stuff. And then, of course, there's all the role quests and the quests for gatherers and crafters as well. We need to look at. Okay, just about there. Here we are. Let's ride the beast to the Sky Deep Sinnoh. Like I said yesterday, this place kind of looks a little Ronkin. But it might not actually be, Ronka once we're inside. This is the Cenotaph, which means that beyond these doors is right of succession or no, disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Oh wait, is this a dungeon? Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. So it is a dungeon. Alright, let's see who we can take.
Let's give it our all.
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
I won't let you down.
It'd be a shame not to bring Wook-Lamont. No, we're gonna bring her.
Let's get to it.
I won't let you down.
But I'm forced to take Alphino instead of using Alice.
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
Let's give it our all.
Alright.
I won't let you down.
Yeah, Alice, you're sitting this one out. Alright, let's grab some food. And off we go. That strange thing from yesterday is still happening.
Try this!
You'll not escape this! You'll not escape this! You cannot stop us!
Try this!
I'm trying to figure out who is taking aggro for me. I mean, it's possible it's Wook Lamont, just by the fact that they are a tank. Still, it's really annoying that it's happening.
You'll not escape this!
Okay, this looks like the first boss. And it appears to be some kind of a manta ray. Feather ray. Not sure I follow that one. Okay, bubbles. Ah, okay, got it. So I gotta just stay away from those. Still not sure what that first mechanic was, though.
There!
So everybody has that effect. So it's based on the way I look, then? Alright, here come those bubbles. Is it one spot or two spots? One spot. I'm still not exactly clear on that. Okay, one space this way. No, it's position-based, so... I'm not sure of a good way to control that. Alright, well anyway, first boss is down. And we're at 666 for the item level now. That is getting really annoying with the,
No holding back!
Maybe it's Square Enix's way of trying to get the players to stop doing double pulls with the NPCs. But I mean, it's annoying, but it's not impossible to get it under control. Okay, looks like you can only do a single pull in here. What do you know? I was right about calling Ronka. Because these same guys show up there. Well, not exactly the same guys, but similar design. Alright, that door over there should have a boss behind it.
Take that!
It's a little, it's a chibi robo or something like that.
I got you now!
Are you all right?
Okay, so that is reflecting. And what's happening on the floor? Reflects. Got it. I gotta stay away from that. I think this is safe? Yeah. Get over here. Yep, there we go. Boss down. Still no fending gear. We're starting to see some glowy bits here. I can see why they called it the Golden City now. Alright, these guys are using the Shivati model. Alphino.
Try this!
You'll not escape this!
Hold still.
Maul Skull. Alright, let's do this.
Back off.
Interesting boss fight. Really has you moving around the platform a lot. This one is definitely more about the dance. Hey, level 77, I think. That light. We must be very deep underground by now. I've never seen a place like this before. Strikingly different from the rest of the cenote. And that must be...
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
Don't tell me it's the Allagans again.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
A golden light. Could it be?
There's something on the other side, but how do we get over there?
Kinda, yeah. But the thing is, the Allagans weren't the first civilization that had a disaster, a calamity, incited upon them by Ascians. So this might be from an older civilization.
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
Keep an eye out for Cyril Ja. Could this be Maki in origin?
real. That's Charlian and no mistake.
Oh.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this.
Looks like a Stargate to me. Do we need to dial a phone number?
Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Six points in space and a point of origin. Huh, guess not.
Leave it to Alfino. Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokwi described from their dreams.
Well done! Well done indeed. You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
Is this a trick?
So we did it. We made it to the end.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. The circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Ha ha! Come! Let us return to Tuliola.
Home at last.
He must have been the one that was with us up in the forest that had burned down. Well, we've done it. We've seen Wuk-Lamat to victory in the Rite of Succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City, but they must wait until our claimant has settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the Ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm given to understand it will be held in a few days' time. In the meantime, let us all enjoy some well-deserved rest. Yeah, no question about that. Upon speaking with Peshequa, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's go! Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Wuk-Lamat's victory in the Rite of Succession. It is our great honor to host the comrades of our future Dawn Servant. Such a grand journey has doubtless left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay. Sometime later. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companions, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Wuk-Lamat did all the work. I was just moral support. My primary business is is to deliver a message from Lamati. As you may know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration, while making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamati or not is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say I have hope you will stay by her side. And thus it arrived. The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension Ceremony.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
That's a blank tablet.
It's starting.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least.
People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn Servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph in the City of Gold.
It's very
My
tired.
daughter, Wook Lamont. Huzzah! Huzzah!
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihyolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck.
It's what people think, but we don't know.
From the Moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Pibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community. For we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolol I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness! I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh dear. What is she doing?
Kona? And Zajil, maybe, as well?
My father led Tulihyolol to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my 1 head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona?
Yep. I made my call on that yesterday.
Lamachi, are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn Servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tuli Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tuli Hyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud.
He did die.
Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself. Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuli Yolal.
Head of Reason was very wise indeed to devise something so elaborate and meaningful as the rite of succession. 'Tis a shame he could not be here to bear witness to the end. A bittersweet celebration to be sure, but I'm glad Wook finally got the recognition she deserves. She might have told someone what she was planning, but Wook does not act without the best interest in her people in mind. Wook was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliyollal is bright indeed. Earlier in Yaktel.
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
Wook has truly come into her own, has she not? Indeed, even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words, she retained her characteristic spontaneity, evidenced by her nomination of Kona as fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due considerations. She could do far worse. Kona completed every feat except the last, and that he only forfeited to help Wook secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuliyollal will prosper under their care. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up here, from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn servant. I told you, no titles. Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family. So, like my family does, I'd like you to call me Lama T. It'd be my honor, Lama T. Thank you. It means a lot to me. It would also be my honor to call you Lama T. Mine as well. Indeed. Consider us your Eorzean cousins, if such a notion appeals to you. Eorzean cousins. It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Could you wait for me here? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Prince? Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. Alright, let's go. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Auntie's Tacos. And not just for a snack, I promise. Wook Ivu and Mablu should be there. And they are now accompanying us. Alright, so we drop down. Let's pick up the pace. Dawn Servant Wook Lamont. Words cannot well express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forego formalities. Had to get it in one more time, huh? But I cannot. You are Dawn Servant. Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn Servant, I'm ordering you not to bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wook Lamont become Dawn Servant Prince. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but a Dawn Servant's ascension presents us all with a prime opportunity, which is why I've convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sales campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see all of you again. I wanted to personally thank each of you for your help. The Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold were my first true tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of succession before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste of celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tuliolal has to offer. In Shaktaral, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my services as a tutor, should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Kona as well. Your duties as Dawn Servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Iihana next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I've made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I have been personally attending to your alpaca's care. Dare we hope to see you at the ranch again? Tell my fluffy, spit-filled friend that Wook Lamont will visit soon. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fontaine around here, have you? A tall, slim fellow with long, pointy ears? I saw a man matching that description by the weapon dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of yokoi, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy. Got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. Alright, so we need to make our way over to the Bayside. Hey, something sold. Let's see. Where am I headed? Ah, over there. Okay. Also, looks like the hunt quest is available, so let me go ahead and unlock that. Ah, Prince, the Wing of Protection has been keeping a beady eye on you. Say you've been making yourself useful, that your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner of Tyrol. Including Yaktel, I hear, a land of my people. I know how dangerous those woods can be, not only from the tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board too. Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge? That's the spirit. Alright, let me tell you what these intermediate marks are all about. Beginner level marks can be taken down by any hunter or mercenary, but these ones call for a mite more preparation. I'm not just talking physically, but mentally too. If you're going to risk your life going after these beasts, it's important to know what you're risking it for. Which is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on from beginner builds to talk to Tait Kat first. She's a master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. You'll find her down in the Gornet Drug Gleamsands. Look for the Chevral with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you our history. Okay. You have business with me, Outlander? Bull Ogaf sent you, eh? More meat for the marks. Though you look to have a little more about you than most. Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a little bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say at the beginning, but it's hard to put a pin on it in exactly when that was. Even before Kona brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea, our people were hunters. Not just for food, but for safety, hunting down those ill-made monstrosities whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose that the Vipers came to be. The finest hunters in Tyrol banded together to hone their skills and their blades, and devoted their lives to stalking and slaying the fiends. At first, we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk who take it upon themselves to deal with any danger they caught wind of. It was only after Gulujaja united Tyrol under the Dawn Servant's crown that our role as protectors of the realm was made official. Commissions started pouring in from Yasulani to Yaktel, but we didn't have the numbers to answer them all. That's when Kona proposed we bring in the system he'd seen in Eorzea, calling on adventurers and mercenaries to handle those threats we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it's this. Many folk join the hunt seeking adventure or glory or fortune. But from the beginning, whenever that was, it's been about one thing and one thing only, protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that. And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me. Don't get yourself killed. We hunt to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. I reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I headed back to Dawntrail. Come and drop by if you're ever in the area. Okay. And now we'll go hand in the quest. Back already, are you? Did Chayat tell you everything you need to know? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill. We hunt to live. Remember that, and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. You're approved to take on intermediate marks now. Good hunting, and good luck. Intermediate Dawn Hunt mark bills are now available. You are now able to undertake intermediate Dawn Hunt mark bills from the Dawn Hunt board in Tuliolal. New quests and advanced Dawn Hunt mark bills will become available from Bul Oga upon reaching level 99. Alright. Let's see what we got here. I think I saw that down in the forest. Dawn Servant, Prince, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tuliolal isn't a short one. Long road worth the travel to congratulate new Dawn Servants. To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be as offerings to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlar's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense. You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone else's. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Prince. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colorful. Beginning with near shipwreck, if you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your Clement. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of Pots, the feat of Proof, and the feat of Ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tuliolal I want for you all. So I promise you this, as Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Cosmauca and the Yakui of Chihuahua Salter. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Chihuahua come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium. While not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. Well, I can be pretty determined. He'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I have been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with field smiles. Such cooperation between Helphands and Potsworn is the very spirit of a healthy pot pack. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Hunmu Rook. The Shrebrax? I believe I saw him on the sands below. The Gleam Sands. Thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home too. Alright, to the south. My, you honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations on your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Wook Lamont. More than just, I'd say. You have grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so. But big events like this make me wonder, you know? What my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they would say that it fills their hearts with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well, for fulfilling your promise to me. I told Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person. But he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. The boy needs purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time. Especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Kettenbram anywhere? Or Tanqua, that is? Kettenbram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was also notably absent as well, though I assumed he required time to salve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tanqua, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We best be going. But relax, enjoy, and make yourselves at home. And come and visit us anytime. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in Winged Walk. That's right, I wanted to stop by the summoning bell real quick. Let me see if these things are selling at all. Might be. Still haven't picked that up. Alrighty, they are back out on the hunt. Let's make our way to the top. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush on our account.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulichola with me. I'm not forcing you, of course, but should you wish it, you'll always have a place here.
I have a...
Ah, that's right. This is for you.
Yeah, I have a promise.
A permit granting passage to Shatural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? I can't believe our journey is over already. You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tula Yolal as well.
By all means. Your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
That's the plan. And I had a promise to keep to Emmett Silk.
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
And then where are Thancred and Urianger?
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
Oh, so we haven't seen Graha or Y'shtola yet.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shaktural Skygate.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
To the northern gate we go! Past these gates and over the bridge lies Shaktural. You have your permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last-minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me, I'm afraid traveling with our new Dawn servant may have scarred me for life. Time to talk. Oh, meanwhile, in the depths of sky and deep Cenote. Okay. So, how did you get the other keystone? Because he was missing 2 of them. This is the gate to the Golden City? 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt. What he discovered was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever, or so we thought until the Right's objective became the City of Gold. Yeah, could have stolen them, yeah. But to think that Tanqua would be entrusted with his safekeeping. Had I known that doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, yep, there we go, we might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall obtain your birthright. So you say. Yet the new Dawn Servants succeeded where I could not. Taking their throne will be no easy task. The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There is no need for worry. I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. That white auracite? Oh. If that's white auracite, is there an Ascian inside? You will gain all you were denied. The right, your father's shade. These bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you were destined to be. It's working. Is some there? Can hear me? At last. Who's there? Show yourself. If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us. Then you are the guardian of the city's great power? I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire, to remake worlds. Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price then, for my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes. The resilient sun rises. Together, we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. And the betrayal. Promise, why? The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange. Alright, so that's something we'll have to deal with later. Ready to get underway? Then present your travel pass to that guard and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Jacques Tarral is a wonder in its own right. This gate is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Signed by Valwook Lamont herself. My apologies, sir, if you would wait here just a moment.
Shall we then? On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitona tongue. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona's supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
Reese, we are literally crossing into Aetheris's representation of North America. So yes, it's like the Wild West.
My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier. As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Short on Ronik? Afraid so, if one will suffice. I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. The Ronik have been acting strangely of late, more easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out the few fit for Renton's proven bothersome work. Yeah, I thought this hat was gonna come into, was gonna be the right thing to wear. And that, of course, is Final Fantasy's representation of the buffalo. You're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either, but much has changed since last I was here. Not the best start to our journey. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. About that, sir. As well-traveled as you look, it's not only the Ronik that have been giving us trouble. Other wildlife have shown signs of aggression, too. A merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both on Ronik for safer travel. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. I don't remember what that's from, but the second option there. But the Ronik can reveal the Ronik! If this is your first time in Shaloni, I can understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride on one at least once while you're here. A fair point. If we're to give you the authentic Shaloni experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Take it you're heading to Hushtawe? Then, I'll have a man bring the Ronik over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? Let's pick up the Aetherite. Gemstone Trader. Okay, what do you got? As much as I'd love to strike a deal with you, I'm afraid our stock isn't ready just yet. Okay, we gotta progress the main scenario. That's true, yeah. It's a nice little town. Definitely has that Old West feel. Last time I was here, it was little more than a camp with a shop or three.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the Deputy Chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine! If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Histinian.
Is that?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What?
Hey! What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekua is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd.
What'd you do, jump over here?
Talk is rife, there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye.
the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shaktural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Actually, no. He might have gotten his pass from the former Dawn servant from that battle. Anywhere. Going wherever the wind blows, eh?
Galul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future.
Just stay away from merchants.
But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
That's the cactus enemy.
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
He probably purchased it, not realizing. Anyway, Airville! No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. And at least no one was hurt. This Dust Watch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes big or small were settled by dueling. Peoples of Charlani rarely saw eye to eye. And for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would sooner not risk their lives, though, it encouraged parties to pursue peaceful resolutions in a roundabout fashion. The Dust Watch was likely established by supporters of Kona, preferring peace be enforced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Zeralja's authority. All of which is to say that, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. I should like to think the stablemen have arrived with the Ronik by now. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us when you've had your fill. Are you ready for me? If there's something particular you're looking for, I've been known to carry a rare bauble or two. Of course, I'll need to be well compensated with bicolored gemstones if I'm to part with my stock. Alright. Alright, Ronik, Chuck, and Fleece. And then Tumbleclaw Weeds. Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, here's something. Ronik steak. And that appears to be new crafting food. Anything else? Roast Ronik. Which is for casters. Okay, what about that fleece? Am I even able to do anything with that? Doesn't look like it. It looks like I'm gonna have to level up my, my weaver. Alright, still gotta get through more of the MSQ here before I turn my attention to that. Hey, an Aether Current. Okay, let me go grab that. A friend, I take it? Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife's not the only source of distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robberies targeting merchants. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our Ronik. Which is why I have to ask that you stop at Sheshanewize Springs. That's fine, of course, but why haven't the Dust Watch dealt with this banditry? Kamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them all up's easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you'll want to take care. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then. If you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. Let's do it! This is your first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. I continue to be struck by how much Charlani has changed. That town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. With few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turn to... Nope. Not even sure what that word was. Not just for the water in their stems, mind. Their fruits are also said to be nutritious and delicious. Oh, cerulean bombs. That's not good. See that big hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but it's brimming in ceruleum. The eruption of flames from within makes for a spectacle. These are moving so fast. The Wallaki, meanwhile, show great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. But that's a discussion for another time. We're here. A good thing for these Ronik. No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronik. Now then. This is Sheshanewize Springs. Perhaps the busiest town here in Charlani. People travel here from all over hoping to find their fortune. The change come to Hasatawi was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Iyate is her name, and if she learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled about Tyrol. I can but assume she, too, came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Alright. Well, we have an aetheryte over here, so let me go ahead and grab that. There they are. Yes, I'm Iate, and who might you be? He is my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is! Erenville, yes. A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke. Really, only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Iate. She's known my mentors since they were children. Nice to meet you. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown. Shibaya. Is that what they call you here? Alright. I was born Elena Shipaya. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Viera conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name. A homecoming? You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds a visit myself. It would be good to see Chashuya again. She's the finest archer I know. Ellen Shipa's mother and mentor. Every time I drop by, she'd treat us to a veritable feast prepared with fresh game she had hunted herself. You're impressive with the bow too, Iate. Even among Shitona. Oh, I couldn't compare to Kashuya, but her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Gulujaja's traveling companions, after all. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tyrol lit a fire in her. Even after Elena Shipya was born, she often let him in my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. It must have been hard on you. Iate, please! God, we're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. You found it? As part of the rite of succession, I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing. Oh, she'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best help. I need help. What's that about? We'll investigate. Please wait here. No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namika. What Lamott's nursemaid. Baronville, Prince. Come any closer and we'll slit her throat from ear to ear. If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh, yeah? Hold on, did he say this was Wook Lamott's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please, you have to give it back. I'm going after Namika. This lot I leave to you. Cocky bastard. I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old woman to the dogs. You two have me to deal with first. We can deal with them later. For now, we need to put this one in the dirt. Alright, let's chase after those two. Once I take care of this hunt target. Alright, now let's give chase. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. The bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea of where they're headed. You said they stole something from you? A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Wuk-Lamat. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the right of succession ended and Wuk-Lamat crowned the next Dawn servant, she is ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and of my plans to return home to Yassilani. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know, everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the Vow of Resolve, and now it's gone. I would have let them take every coin to my name, if only they left me with that bracelet. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look. I'll knock them senseless. It's what Wuk-Lamat would want. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. I can assure you, no harm will come to us. Prince will make certain of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, to be sure all proceeds as it should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Wuk-Lamat puts so much faith in you both. Before anything else, let's see her back to Shishunwazi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with the Yate there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. Just about, yeah. Erinville told me what happened, and you needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for these bandits, as this involves a gift from Wuk-Lamat, we must be mindful how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dust Watch. Well now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong. Are you? I may have saved the star on one occasion. You saved the star? That's a bold claim to make, but if true, then that certainly speaks to your strength. If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, of late there's been talk of some unsavory types coming and going from Tonatinyawi to the southwest. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that ceruleum extraction is big business, no one wants to waste their time picking at the dried up veins there. Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits. Not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. So you'll be investigating the place? I can let the Dust Watch know if you like. No, not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain, if you've no objections. Right then, let's be off. Alright, we head to the west. It seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. They've made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dust Watch not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps they're in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. Bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any inside. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in the muffled chatter. Don't know where we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work the mines with easier money to be had. Not when we've got a boss who can keep the Dust Watch off our backs. Ha! Hey, watch what you say. The wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ears. Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them sainted souls was running our crew? That drunk who bought your story about the gold shitting alpaca, am I right? Okay. Bandits will not notice you here. Let me out of here, you bastard. Shut your mouth, you sniveling little brat. Make me. I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vulture, most of all. You tell him he can eat shit. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. I brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? But it was made by a famous artisan. You idiot! How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please. Please, I'm sorry. Reckon we could find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here's your reward, and don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. So, were you able to learn anything? Their leader is a man of the Dustwatch? That would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please. And you say they gave the bracelet to him. It seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else of note? There's that kid. Takawa. That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you say they threatened to take him to speak with the Vulture? Their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent rash of robberies in Hushatawe, but we also know he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though, if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. Let's be honest of who I am. I'll storm their hideout. I can take them. Me and 7 of my friends. The direct approach may have served you well in the past, but it won't suffice here. Lihuet is the deputy chief of the Dustwatch. He could claim we're the criminals in all this, and no few people would believe him. Would a 24-man raid work then? I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. My god, these names! Nuwatani Yawasa. Meet me there, and I'll explain everything. I shake my fist at Koji Fox! Or whoever has his role now. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on. Yeah, I would say, yeah, definitely more, southwestern influence here. If we're to retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Yihihishia, dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see, and the males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, I can create an attractant that resembles this scent when burned. We can then lure the Yihisia into the bandit's hideout, flushing out the vultures and his gang. Then, while they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask you to collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. And before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants we require. Here, take these 3 pouches, see them filled, and I will handle the rest. Well, let's get this dung job done. Look more dinosaur than dragon to me. He did say they were dragon-like. You survey the area but see no signs of Yihisia droppings. Oh! Do I actually have to put myself in danger here? Okay. You survey the area, but see no sign of Yihisia dropping. You find a pile of Yihisia droppings, and gingerly scoop them into your pouch. Yeah, that's... I would believe that as well, Rooks. Finished already, are we? Yeah, I thought he gave us 3 sacks. Excellent, this will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces with tumbleclaw fibers, dried nopalin tender root, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's get back to Tonatinyawi. Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. I'll try the fruit and alloy jelly. A fair number appear to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The attractant I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The Yee-hee-hee-see will come soon after. What's that smell? Ah, that reeks! What did you put in the fire? Wasn't me, I swear. Who smelt it, dealt it? Did something die? Can't believe I'm dealing with a series of crap quests. Someone want to explain that ungodly stench to me? Oh, there's the bracelet. Boss, over there. Huh? What in the world? Ah! Run for your lives! So the smoke's what drew them here? I swear, when I find out who did this... I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight. We'll be back for you. What? You gotta get me out of here now. They're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. Shh, they'll heal you. Shit, who is that? Hey, are you gonna help me or what? The bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. All that effort had not to show for it. Sorry about that, but damn, I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the Vulture. No need to apologize. We were planning to save you, eventually. Really? And I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something? I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture. I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as deputy chief of the Dustwatch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. Reckon he's headed there now, too. We can go together. I've got a score to settle with him myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Right, so those bandits at Tonatinyawe, they're called the Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. Just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by mining concerns, folks who needed help to even the odds. That was 3 years ago, and whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how, with a duel. I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority. And we made damn sure they did, every time. Before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then, about a year ago, the Vulture and his thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so they did his bidding without question. But when he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Kuikana and Li Wayne, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. And he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. But when the day came, he showed up with the Dustwatch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. As if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, and certainly not the Dustwatch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I was, until that guy with the spear stopped me. No sooner had I stepped out of town than the Vulture's minions caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner, then, well, you know the rest. You said the Dustwatch would be of no help. Are they all working for the Vulture, then? No, not all of them. The sheriff, Kimaka, he's as honest as they come, a staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the deputy chiefs, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where this vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan? All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Shishinezwezi Springs. I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us the pitch. Back to town we go. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Well, well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves the spoils in cerulean barrels where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel to Tuliolol, where they're sold off. You said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'd trust a lackey with that business, given the providence of the piece. No, I'll wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got the coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Husatwai, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Well, not my finest hour, I admit. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture's a slippery bastard. If we're going to catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Husatwi would be idea. For that, I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for the other to search the barrels for any stolen goods. And using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if Wihutwe carrying the bracelet. Regardless, there will be time enough to find it once he's behind bars. Won't he simply feign innocence? Oh, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel? That approach doesn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way, he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the wilds understands the importance of duels and the old laws. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? Perhaps I should be the one to do it since I have just a giant axe. It's not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the vulture. The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? I say let Zekawa have his duel. Thanks. I sure was lucky running into the two of you. You won't regret this, I promise. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. I was seen in Tona Tenyawi, so it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. Then you're with me. Tell the Vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You'll want to buy your friend as much time as possible, and make your way to Hisatawi. Once you've got the Vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's get to it. Alright everyone, so at this point I've been going for about a good 4 hours or so. What I want to do is I want to go ahead and do what I've been doing the last couple of days, at which point, basically, I'm going to go ahead and make my lunch, and I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, at which point we're going to do a little bit of crafting as I chomp away, and then we will get back to the MSQ. So stand by everyone, I will be back shortly. Alrighty, I am back. And as I mentioned before, we're going to do a little bit of crafting here while I have my lunch here. So let me go ahead and swap over to one of my crafter classes. Let's see. Actually, I could level up one of the other ones here instead. Let's turn our attention to Carpenter. Actually, did I already get all of Carpenter? No, I still have all this to do. Okay. Alright. Away we craft. Not bad, about 400,000. Okay, I need to get some stuff from my Chocobo saddlebag here. I gotta stand up first. That was one of the more... that's one of the more annoying things about crafting if you need to grab something real quick. Oh well. Okay. Here we go. Looks like I need to grab some more. Hopefully, that's all I need. 92. Alright, let me switch over to a different one. And then we'll be back very soon here. Oh, I need a whole bunch of stuff. Alright, crafting away on the goldsmith. level 92 goldsmith, and that's perfect timing because I am done with lunch, and we are going to go ahead and get going again here. Let's see, let me get myself back on warrior. Alright, and we are back at it. Let's go ahead and start this, this little mission of trying to get this guy out of town. The Yihisia were likely that Shitona's doing. What's his angle? And then there's that brat. It's past time I dealt with him. Wihuwit is obviously oblivious to your presence. Perhaps a gentle / poke will get his attention. What's this? Ah, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you need of the Dust Watch, sir? What? Sakawa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him? I see. So desperate was he to see his friends free from prison, he turned to a life of crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, sir. Might I trouble you to take me to him? Alright, they are accompanying us. Let's go! Not that this is an appropriate time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist, Shishinuize Springs is home to a thriving cerulean mining industry. The prospect of easy coin has attracted some undesirables, though. Well, that's our way of slow-walking the guy, I guess. Is this the place? I don't see him. Just a little further. I see. Very well, lead on. There's gold in these fields. Blue gold. Best be wary of the beasts in these parts. They may prefer to snack on ceruleum, but for you, I reckon they'd make an exception. It's obvious the ceruleum fields are a stand-in for the oil fields. Is this the place, then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. This some sort of joke? Of all the... Let's keep moving. This better be the place. I left him tied up around a big rock. Must have been a different rock. My patience is wearing awfully thin, sir. If he isn't at the next place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I would both dearly regret. Unless you'd rather I feed you one raw, needles and all, cut the chit-chat. You, sir, are an A rank. Alright, where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where is Zikawa? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Confound it, he must have escaped. That's it, I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you. Hey, who it? You looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey! That's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shisenuetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity! Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Wuhute?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wuhute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it!
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Oh, you little shit!
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wuhute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all!
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wihute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zakua? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamot's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
Alrighty, Erenville. That ended up being rather more complicated than expected, but all is well that ends well. Phew, finally it's over. I couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. That is for casters. We're still at level 95 quests here. We still have a ton to do. Now that we have the bracelet, let us return to Shishinezwe and Springs. Will you be staying there long? I'd like to give you a proper thanks for after I find my friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the Springs then. Alright, back to the northwest. Where there's a Netherite. My bracelet. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is more than just a gift. It is a part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Wuk-Lamat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond. Though I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the Deputy Chief turned out to be the bandits' leader. I always knew something wasn't right with him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are. The real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Kiwakana and Liwin. If it wasn't for you believing in Zakawa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard Wihuete put behind bars. We never gave up hope that Zakawa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now, and lacking in strength besides. Some outlaws might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dustwatch the slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right? Right. And you'll teach us how you draw your pistols so fast, won't you? Well, we won't need to duel if all goes as it should. On the off chance it doesn't, we'd best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days I'll be sure to repay it. On that you have my word. Until we meet again. If you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. As I'll be here a while yet, though, do let me know if there is any way I can be of assistance. Were you not planning to take the train home? Oh, train service has been suspended, didn't I tell you? You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. The tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake? It must have happened when we were still down south. There have been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you could speak with the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. It seems people aren't too happy about the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions, and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Perhaps a ceruleum explosion?
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you! Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
Why do I feel like I'm back on the first?
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zapia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Something the matter?
I can't believe it. I guessed right on that one. Would you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
Alright, let's see where we're headed now. Apparently, just right outside here. Right? Or, no, where is Aaronville? Oh, there they are. How did I not see them before? Though no small number live in Shaoloni, I must confess that I've never visited the home of the Hetsaro. As they largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. Alright, that's the first level 96 quest. Come, let's follow Walika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can still see it from the outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end, myself. Though if you peek through the windows, you can probably catch a glimpse of... Enough jabbering, Shenza. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do, so let's get to it. We'll see you later. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way, after all. To the northeast. I must confess, the train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods throughout the wilds now. Right. Miwa Hetson should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. Nothing around. Oh, actually, I've got a hunt target here. Okay, so we're actually able to get the fleece off of them directly, rather than have to pay bicolor gemstones. But again, I gotta get my weaver up first. Hey, level 98. Enhanced reprisal. Extends the duration of the reprisal to 15 seconds. Got it. And then there's one more thing coming, Enhanced Primal Rend at level 100. Grants the effect of Primal Ruination ready after executing Primal Rend. Which is that attack. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Alright, I see an aetheryte. Let me go ahead and hit that first. Alright, on with the MSQ. Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I've never had direct dealings with the people of Mewet Hetsum, but I do know that their traditions mean a great deal to them, as does the land. Ah, such lovely clean air. It feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of Shishinueze Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I am Huato, chief of Mewet Hetsum, and this is my son, Shepto. A pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome, and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I'm Wawalika, station master of Shaktaral Railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks, and we require timber to make repairs. This is Prince and Erenville, who have volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. You've a most curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest hint of tender grass of lands unknown. I gather you are not from these lands? I hail from Eorzea. Truly, I would love to know more of you and the lands you have seen. I am told your people hold your traditions in the highest, yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well. But of course, nature is boundless, as is our love for her lands and her children. The Hetso, in particular, have done much to guide our way of life. Where to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads, the Hetso teach us all these things and more. It is for that reason, I believe, that we are attuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. That word, Hetso, it means leader of souls in the Hetsaro tongue, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetso among the Hetsaro. Here, we look to the Ronik for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of aetherites, while we are committed to our traditions, this does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbors in this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discussion. We'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way, and my son is always so delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'll follow me. I will speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Ronik have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near Hastowi mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions. Since others were drawn to this land by ceruleum, Shaoloni has undergone a transformation. And the railroads are a part of that. As strong and resilient as they may seem, Ronik are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this, we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only the Hetsaro, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Valkona. Valkona, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently, how shall I put this? Hard-headed and aloof. He values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue, Geppetto. I just realized. Look, I get it. There's no connection between them. But it is very coincidental that both Dawntrail as well as New Genesis are using a name based on Geppetto. Anyway, while there is a grain of truth to the rumors, he is not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. He's a bit awkward, so he tends to get misunderstood. Is that so? As we admittedly have never met him ourselves, perhaps we were too quick to judge his intentions. Prince fought beside Valcona in the right of succession. I take his word over rumors. You took part in the right of succession? You're that close to the Dawn servants. I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I had recruited a bona fide hero. The succession of Dawn servants filled us with uncertainty for the future, but there is clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might see Valcona for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful that he will do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take all that you require. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Ronik foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroad, and if needs be, we'll seek Valcona's counsel. My thanks again for your time in the timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. Alright, let's go ahead and grab that stuff. So we have a lookout point. As for what I want to do it on, how about Alchemist? Won't be enough, but... Also, we're at the point where I can only use Warrior here to pick this stuff up. Where am I actually on Paladin? 94, yeah, so quite a ways away from being able to actually grab any of these for the experience. We've more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here for a spell while I round up a few more hands and a Ronik? I won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully, it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. Alright, so that is the first eye level 669 that we have. That is supposed to be better than my current weapon, except I have my doubts that it's going to have 3 stats on it. So I'm going to stick with what I got for the moment. While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. It shouldn't take long if we split the work. Deliver the crate of timber to the main road. We have 2 minutes to get the task done. Okay. Yep, that's for certain. I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all the lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Once we've repaired the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. You'll have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid, but you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. Anita Wike will be driving. No engineer compares to her, and it's always a treat to watch her work. The only work we should be worried about is our own, Shenza, and we've still more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shaloni you're keen to see, I'll leave you to it. All right. Yeah, it looks like we basically are done with the area. There's just a little bit that's unexplored here. In fact, there's an ether current to the east. Not sure how I missed this before. More to the east. But that's okay for now. There's an aetheryte right there, so I can get right back here. Got your fill of the sights? Well, they appear to have almost finished. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Let's go for it. Wait for the train to depart from the station. Getting a ton of those notices this time.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
Like that, something like that could pull more cars.
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Thrall. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yassolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yassolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one!
You can't be serious.
Gods have mercy.
Oh dear!
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitobekwe and the others!
My home lies that way as well.
That would appear to be lightning-based ether.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
That appears to be the same Ronka-like stuff from the Golden City.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
We need to get back right away.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone!
Yeah!
What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me, please! Oh! Oh!
Bastard!
What did it just do?
Extracting ether?
Thank you.
Save the thanks. Just get to safety.
Maybe.
I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Makojaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Not sure I remember beast machines.
that you should still live.
Zoralcha?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You...
Well, okay. Let me get back in there then. That was weird. I mean, I'm still online. I'm still streaming to you all, so I'm not quite sure what's happened. Let me make sure there wasn't like an emergency maintenance or something here. Alright, stand by everyone. I gotta reboot the game, apparently, fully, so... That's a shame. Servers are up, apparently. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to relaunch the game. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. Now the question is, where am I in the queue? Okay. And is this a temporary thing? Let's see. Because here's the thing. This could be the end of the show. If something happened to Balmung here. We'll give this a couple of minutes and see what happens. Because this queue was not like this. In fact, it has not been like this since launch, that there was a queue this large. Okay, good. It is moving. Let me see here if there's anything that's been announced. Nothing on the official site. Yeah, a lot of people on the Reddit are reporting, like, a whole bunch of people got kicked at the same time. I must not have been caught up in it until, I guess, the game checked something while the cutscene was running. Yeah, okay, so something obviously just happened to the servers. It wasn't just only Balmung that was hit. It looks like it was everything. Or at least everything on the North American data center. Alright, at least this is moving, but we're gonna be sitting here for at least a little bit while this queue fills through here, I guess. Still, this isn't as bad as it could be. Honestly, aside from this, the servers have been rock solid. So, for just a single glitch so far after launch, I mean, they've still done an amazing job compared to Endwalker. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to watch that one cutscene through again. The thing is, I don't remember where it started. I don't know if the scene reset once we got into the scene with the former Dawn servant, or if we have to rewatch that whole sequence in the city. No, not Power World time. That's gonna be its own thing. The good news is at least the number is going down, so it's not like the world itself is completely dead. Let me just take a quick timing of how long it takes for this to count down, just so I have an idea of how long we're going to be here for. About 80 or so a minute. So this is going to take about 20 minutes for us to get back in, it looks like. I don't think this is going to be the end of the show, but I think I'm going to take the opportunity, since we're just going to be waiting here for a little bit here. I'm going to take care of a couple of things here, so stand by, everyone. I'll be back as soon as we're back into the server. And hopefully we didn't just skip past all those cutscenes. Hey, just so you know, we're down to about 1,000 at this point. I'll bring you back in once we're logged back in. Alright, we're down to about position 260 at this point, so we'll be getting back in fairly soon. Well, I still don't see anything specific posted about what just happened here. Naoki Yoshida did post about some other stuff here. One thing whereby the Xbox version becomes unresponsive when transitioning areas. Apparently, the console Xbox version is experiencing memory fragmentation. So they're working on fixing that. There's some issue with Dragon Song's Respite Ultimate, and then some Savage Fights out as well, apparently. As well as an issue with animation errors, so apparently they're still working on those as well. But like I said, I don't see anything specific on the official site about this just yet, although they may be trying to figure out what happened before they put anything else up. They did say that the Light Data Center, however, had an issue yesterday. But it looks like they put that up several hours after the fact, so... unless this is doing an EST versus PDT time conversion thing, so that could be at play as well here. Yeah, I'm just looking at Reddit, and there's just a flood of people saying they all got the same error at the same time here. So there must have been some sort of hiccup. All right, we're going back in. Hey, it restarted us right into the same cutscene. Okay. Well, we've seen this one, and I do expect that things would have switched, so we'll go ahead and skip this here. Oh my goodness, that's the... They did it all in one cutscene? All in one cutscene. Alright, we don't have a way to really skip back to that easily. Okay, so what we're going to do in that case, I'm going to talk to Woklamat here. Yeah, I would have expected probably that would have happened in that scene. We're going to re-watch this scene here once we get to the inn room, because I can't believe it. Square really did this all as a single cutscene and not as... That is so unlike them, to string a bunch of things together like that as a single cutscene instead of breaking it up. Alright, well... Now I have to actually think about what I was thinking of doing a full thing for just an MSQ version of the streams after the fact, because of this happening. Woklamat, no, Papa can't die. He can't. Alright, let's... Alright. We're gonna go over here to the exit. And we're gonna head for the inn room right now. So that we can watch that thing. Again, this is so weird that they would not segment things, because usually that's how they do it, even inside the never-ending, the unending journey. So let's pull it up here. Yeah, here we go. Cutscene 2. Alright, let's try number 3. Yeah, here we are.
That you should still live.
Zoralcha?
They're not even thinking about that.
By the gods, what has happened to you?
This is basically the start of a new arc for the series, or for the game.
It's your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No! His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Zoralcha is strong. He has never been Father's equal in combat.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
It's not him.
Farewell, Sorolcha, my son. And forgive me.
Well, that explains the thing where the people don't die. Or at least the legend.
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
Papa?
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father! Sriracha!
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Sriracha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
Alright, so that catches us up to what just happened. Let's head back over there. Not sure what that is. Okay, I'm going to assume then that you did not see the fan fest. And I'll leave it as a surprise, I guess, of what's going to be happening fairly soon, I think. Let's return to the sun perch. Alright, let's speak to everyone here. 12 have mercy. We did everything we could. Everything, but it simply wasn't enough. I can scarcely believe my eyes. How could this happen? Father, no, this cannot be. How could this happen?
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save their strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Right, so, I... Valwoklama, Valkona. I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn, and the Landsguard has begun rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all that we can. I thank you for your report. Please inform the Guard they are to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people. I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you. Thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere, more than I could count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Alphino and Alice, could you take Bayside Bevy and Cryo and Ereville, the palace perimeter? As for Prince, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. Alright, now we can actually head into the city proper. Over to this Aethernet shard. And let's render aid where we can. Thank you. I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader, they say he looked like Zeral Jah. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the first promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? Thank you. The pain is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us, and why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Ghoul Jaja. We were safe, but now... There they are. Thanks. I think I'm all right. Did you see them? Those soldiers? They look like people, but they killed and killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? My thanks. I'll be fine now. But we failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where were Val Wuklamat and Val Kona? They're not to blame. I understand. I do, but... I need to clear my head. Alright, where's this last one? There they are. Thank you, sir. But my husband and son, they were... I suppose that's true, yeah. You finished aiding the people here? Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children. No, now isn't the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go and see how things are going at Talon March, and afterwards go and find Alice at Bayside Bevy? Alright, over this way. There's no evidence of significant damage from the battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. Okay. fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. Let me send my retainers out real quick. Alright, well, they leveled up to 92. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. Alice, I've helped all that I could find, and seen them delivered into the Landsguard's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landsguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Zerolja actually meant to harm the people, I mean, look around, the buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike whenever he pleases. We can discuss that later. Actually, I don't think this is the time to talk about that later, considering, you know, this attack could have caused people to turn into... Well, okay, granted, the final days are over, but still, that doesn't mean Dynamis isn't out there. Anyway, how is Lemati? Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Still, everyone has their limits. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to Gornitrug Gleamsands.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. A drink.
There you are, Lamati. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamati. Lamati!
How? How could I?
Look at me, Lamati. You need rest. You and him both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
You won't save your people by brooding.
You're right. This isn't the time for sulking. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believed that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. My brother is different. There'll be no reasoning with him. He killed our people. Our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
I'm fine. Just needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me, and for urging me on despite all my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly, I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers, those floating ships, the new power Zorolja commands. Given everything he's done, and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray. But I will make it my strength. The strength to do what I must. Right. I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Kona. Would you and the others join us in a while? However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alice I'll be alright? She's probably at Bayside Bevy. Alright. Oh, you're back. By that, I take it to mean Lamati's feeling better? She needs to be strong for the people of Tyrol. I understand that. But she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight. Together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Actually, what you found there is a great hint. Can we call on Sid to have him analyze? Alright, yeah, I'm starting to get a 669 gear here. And what level is this quest? This is still 96. Okay. It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've traveled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before? Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues as to Zeral Ja's new powers. I might not have seen that before, but for those ships in the sky, I wonder if the G-Warrior could help. Anyway, examine the fallen soldier. In place of where eyes or a mouth might be, you see a strange sigil on the front of the helm. From a distance, it appeared to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests that it's far more advanced than anything you've ever seen before. So, what do you think? It looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical. Indeed. While it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face, not least of all. Did you see any sign of a power source? So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling ether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? We have in the Sky Deep Cenote. That's right, the glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at Sunperch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. pick up the pace. Looks like everyone is here already.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
It's possible, Rooks.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Matoya and Graha? Or, Y'shtola and Graha? Or maybe it's just Thancred and Urianger.
Greetings, everyone.
Well, Graha's here at least. And Y'shtola.
Raha! Y'shtola!
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuglamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Taral. A letter from the Dawn servant, addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Galul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And...
Hey, Firebird.
It led to another reflection.
Okay.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
Well, now we'll be able to confirm it. Thank you, Echo. Oh, he was probably the one that helped us out in that field. See the Echo.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
Would this have all been a plot for
It harbors
rejoining?
high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allegan, or Mahi, or Nemian. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different. baby? Now, hold on. Why would you...
Yeah, it kind of feels like that, but not quite the same.
Now, what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
This is like Terra from Final Fantasy VI.
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Charlian and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
Trial.
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself.
Is there a trial of the source, though?
Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zoranja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections, but what of my home? What's become of it?
This looks like a job for the Science of the Seventh Dawn.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zoranja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliolol. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
What about Thancred and Urianger?
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Alright, Wuklamut? I know what I have to do now. I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Prince? While you handle that, Erenville and I will see to provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go ahead and have the Landsguard announce the address. People must first know there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see to the Resplendent Quarter and Bayside Bevy, Alizé and I will split the rest of the city between us. Alright, let's see what these have to what they have to say. This talk of reflections is perplexing, to say the least. I should be glad for your help in understanding and overcoming this crisis. It's embarrassing to think how Zrolja caught me unawares, but I've no doubt the bastard came to kill me. I reckon he would have succeeded were it anyone else. Who would have thought him taking that key would lead to all this? I shall have to examine one of these mechanical soldiers later. I have a mind to inform Thancred and Urianger as well, but they may have already left Tural. So they can just get back here through a trip through the ether. At least they did address it. I know, I completely agree. If Tuliol falls to the enemy, what will happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we've worked so hard to build? Lives and communities and histories, all reduced to ash by these merciless villains. I heard Val Wuklamut is planning to address the people, but what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Really? The Dawn Servants have a plan already? They've lost so much, yet they've prepared to carry on. And standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I will go hear what they intend to do. Ah, Ah, we have a another lookout point here. It's not safe here, not anymore. I could try to leave Tyrol, but where else is there to go? You look like the well-traveled sort. Please, I can't stay here, but I fear nowhere in Tyrol is beyond the enemy's reach. What of the lands across the Salt? I know. Even if I ran, I know I'd regret it in the end. I love Tyrol. This is my home. And I know the Dawn servants would give their lives to defend her. I will put my faith in them, and listen to what they have to say. Checking on everyone, are you? The city's definitely seen better days, but we can only spare so much time for mourning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis, and we'll all need to do our part. I've no doubt Val Woklamat and Val Kona will share similar sentiments at their address. This person does not need to be persuaded to attend Woklamat's address. Okay. Alright, everyone. So while I found the next person, I do hear there is a bit of external noise going on, and I believe that this is not going to be ending anytime soon here. What can I say? It's summer, lawns need to be mowed. So I'm going to have to close things off at this point here. We're going to pick this up tomorrow. And with all that said, thank you for joining me today. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time. Yeah, Rooks, it's distant right now, but I know it's happening at the next house. So, I'll catch you next time.